Day 451. Sakura pads expanding. Serissa stress signals. 角館流線の全journey. Description YouTube. Day 451 was March 26, 2026. Tokyo. The Asahiyama Sakura pads are clearly expanding again. They are fuller, tighter, and more present than before. Not blooming yet, but no longer uncertain. This stage feels like the final presentation. The Hakuchobe Serissa shows different signals today. The upper leaves appear slightly dry, as if the plant is experiencing stress. This contrast is important. One plant moves toward blooms under just uncertain pressure. One plant moves toward bloom under just under pressure. Growth and stress are not the opposite. They often happen at the same time. Bonsai reflection, reading subtle signals. Bonsai teaches observation at a micro level. Small color change, minor texture shift, subtle difference in moisture. These details reveal everything, and the same principle applies when we travel. Zen journey travel 角館流線道 expanded global comparison. A journey through northern Japan and a reflection of a similar landscape across the world. 角館 Samurai District and Cultural Preservation. Japan 角館 preserved samurai houses, black wooden fences, seasonal cherry lime tree stress. Global SW parallels. Kyoto, Japan refined traditional stress. Bakchon Hancock Village, Korea preserved regional culture. European old towns, Prague, Rosenberg, historical continuity. Bonsai connection, like bonsai shaping, these towns are carefully maintained form of time. Nothing is rushed, everything is preserved with intention. Tohoku forest, silence, school, and seasonal transition. Japan Tohoku mountain, dense forest, seasonal silence, deep natural rhythm. Global parallels, Pacific North, USA, Canada, misty living forest. Black forest, Germany, dense mythic atmosphere. Canadian Rockies, scale and insulation. Bonsai connection. A bonsai is a composed forest. The same patterns exist, just on a small scale. Ryusendo caves, underground time water. Japan Ryusendo caves, crystal clear underground lakes, limestone formation shaped over centuries, deep blue still water. Global parallels, post-colonial caves, Slovenia, vast underground networks. Phom Ha, Vietnam, water and cave system. Waitomo, New Zealand, light within darkness. Bonsai connections, roots grow unseen, just like caves form underground. The most important structures are often invisible. Sanrik Coast, edge of London Ocean, Japan's Sanrik Coast, rugged cliff, strong ocean interaction, wine-shaped landscape. Global parallel, no fjord, dramatic vertical strength. Cliff of mother, Island, low Atlantic energy, Big Sur USA, coastline and open horizon. Bonsai connection. Bonsai often reflects wind-shaped stressed coastal forest and miniaturized branch design. Expanded perspective. Why does comparison matter? Across all regions, preservation, forest scale, hidden depth, natural forest. We see the same pattern in the regions. Bonsai philosophy minus micro, macro. Bonsai is not just a plant. It's a compressed version of world. Mountains, rivers, wind, times. When you understand bonsai, you begin to understand the landscape. And when you travel, you begin to see the bonsai everywhere. World Observance, March 26. Purple Day, Earth Awareness, Countdown People World Cup 2006. Opening, March just 11th, 2026. 77 days remaining. Final reflection. Sakura preparates, Serissa struggles, forest grow, coast erode, caves forms. Everything is moving, just at different speeds. Thank you for your following this journey. Day 455. Sakura still closed. Others near full bloom. Kurashiki, Fukuoka, Zen Journey. From Zen Bonsai on YouTube. Day 455, March 13th, 2026, Tokyo, Japan. The Asahiyama Sakura petals have still not opened. Even now, buds remain closed. And yet, along river across Japan, cherry trees are already close to full bloom. The contrast is striking. One tree is almost there. Another is already celebrating. But this does not mean delay. It means difference. The Hakuchoge Serissa also shows a change. The flowers that were blooming continuously not seem to have finished their cycle. What remains is a paler tone, while fading into leaves. It feels like the transition from bloom back to structure, from expression back to foundation. Bonsai reflection, different phases of spring. Today shows three stages at once. Sakura beds, pre-bloom. River sakura, full bloom. Serissa, post-bloom. All exist in the same moment. Spring is not a single stage. It's a layered experience. Zen Travel, Kurashiki, Fukuoka, Global Comparison Journey. A journey through Western Japan, mirrored by similar culture and landscape patterns around the world. Kurashiki, preservation and authentic balance. Japan Kurashiki beacon strict, wild-walled stone houses, carnal reflections, slow artistic atmosphere. Global parallels beneath Italy, canal and reflections, Annecy, France, water-centered town based, Suzhou, China, classical water towns. Bonsai connection, balance between structure and reflection, like trunk and negative space. Inland sea and coastal transition, moving westward, calm inland waters, island dotted horizon, soft transition between land sea, global parallels, green islands, calm and scattered island, Croatian coast, dramatica, layered coastline, sail-like Mediterranean bays, bonsai connections, spacing and rhythm, gaps between balance and defined beauty. Hiroshima, Yamaguchi corridor, historical layers, river systems, coastal mountain balance, global parallels, Bosnia-Herzegovina river towns, southern China river valleys, Spanish inland historical sites, bonsai connection, flow mountain more than form, branches must guide the eye naturally. Fukuoka urban energy with balance, Japan Fukuoka compact, vibrant city, food culture accessibility, balance of nature and city life, global parallels, Barcelona, Spain, Taipei, Taiwan, Busan, Korea, bonsai connections, even with limits, design creates harmony, global patterns insight. Across this route, Kuroshiki, preservation, inland sea, balance, western Japan, flow, Fukuoka, integration. These patterns repeat worldwide. Different culture, same structure. Bonsai philosophy, timing is not uniform. Today's lesson is clear. Not blooming yet, fully blooming, already finished. All are correct. All are part of the same system. World Preservation Observation, March 13th. International Day of Zero Waste. A reminder that cycle master, nothing is waste, everything is transition. Countdown, FIFA World Cup 2026. Opening match June 11, 2026. From March 13, 2026. 73 days remaining. Final reflection, some blossom open. Some remain closed. Some have already faded. Spring is not one moment. It's many moments happening at once. Thank you for following this journey from Zen Bonsai Vibes on YouTube. Day 459. 妙타오마 평평원에 새 주노の桜が3年生浜松大阪全ジャーニー Day 459 2026 9年エイプリル3家東京妙タオがビョンピョームアビピョンネイネセーバー妙タオタロウロマチェリーバンミョガピョンリンビーアセアウンピーアペピョンネイバデタペーメジュノーシェシマーシタウ旭山桜がアチマジョンテッパブーパンテッカミャーチーラビーアチェネポーニラタウトライベタペーメジュノーシェシマーシタウ旭山桜がアチマチョンテッパブーパッテカミャウーチラービアチョネポーニラタロウトゥイパデダペーメ大切せピエネイパデミンタンゴンガマネカネットトゥトゥバートゥタベーメカンザーチェッカタッカパンチョンレービアヤンカサウンネータロウトゥイケパデナウッタヨンチートゥイラビアチェンエナウレッコラッカンタネーロトゥイハラバアーヤロンガタビエンナマチョンテッパブートゥーニャダナイヨンアウマータンピンタッピンタッガコッパイリズムネイトゥイパデ白鳥毛セリッサがアフユンヤウンピョーピョーナイアユエ 미야코 셀레피아 네이바데 아프유 타운 루파 투이 시메 타베메 아네고 상다 타극가 체인년세 나웃다 판타 우폰레 아평평 미야타 표묘로 산타가 미야표 우테바브 본사이 아투레 투레 투민감 농타레 아다 이빠이 파마마 평 레타로 미냐데 사쿠라가 평 네세 묘타오가 편표이세 네세 다베메 아탄마 타쿠타카 평레 네이바데 투투 민감 네산마 투다우 아다 이빠이코 타우세 나이빠인데 zen 트라벨浜松大阪カンペイエシセムネ妙旅エナジー浜松ジャパン浜松浜名湖カンペイレネピョンリテカウペンギンタバワネッサロームローガンアチャータミャミャンマートゥートゥーニガリパリカンベイタイセカンロウダンモーラミャインカンペイエイチャムミョッゲボンサイカンペイアネイエボンピンブランチミャーピャンネータミャートゥイパデチュープカネカンネイアナウッパトワテーカー民間ミャーミャウピャンサンラテミャネプレインミャーチェリサッテシーセメーセレッピョーミャンマートゥートゥーエイヤワディミャーマーアセッチェマンダレーブレインタバワネミョーボンサイシーセメームーガフォームコットビョー大阪ジャパン大阪アイハウビンミャンミョーループシャーアテアセトゥーデダーメメテシステム C ミャンマートゥートゥーヤンゴンミュリズムダウンタウンヤンゴンレイヤーミョーボンサイトゥーデマータミョーアンティティミャンマースピリチュアルボンサイフィロソフィー民間がマヨンレペープーナレッピービョンレビー桜がピエネムセータベーメマフィヨテプーがマコーロップー Day 462 Zen Bonsai Vibes from Tokyo, Japan. Look, I find it some bats on the surface. It's amazing. New Serissa, I found it, will become from the surface. In contrast, the Asahiyama Sakura, there is no bats on the moss. But some middle bats become bigger and bigger. Yes. So I think the middle bats will become upper side and side bigger. It's a day 462. In contrast, new Serissa, I think I found a flower of Serissa. The other side of flower will become not going well, and the leaf will become much more black. I think it will be end on the flower situation. So I I'm going to rotate the bonsai. Is there any change every day? I think I find 2 new Serissa on the moss. Here. And the lower leaf will become yellow. There is no yellow flower on the middle and upper side. Asahiyama Sakura. No, there's a little bit change. From a Zen viewpoints, I think a little bit change every day. But there is it. Day 461st. Daily watering. Silent growth. Then journey Japan, India. Day 462. Description. Day 462, April 5th, 6th, 2026, Tokyo, Japan. Tokyo is already full bloom of sakura. The city feels complete, alive, bright, finished. And yet, right in front of me, my sakura is closed. Then observation. Day 462, a tiny moss sprout, sakura reaching upward. Takato Castle, Osaka Castle, Zen journey. Description. Day 462, April 6, 2026, Tokyo. The sense looks almost unchanged, but today's feels slightly different. The Asahiyama Sakura still has not bloomed. However, the buds no longer just swelling. They are gradually extending upward. Not open yet, but clearly moving. There is a quiet sense of direction now. The Hakuchoge Serissa continues its gentle shift. The upper leaves have taken a soft, pale white tone, creating a calm and delicate impression. It doesn't feel like decline. It felt like adjustment. And today, I noticed something new. A small sprout emerging from the moss. Very small, almost invisible at first, but one thing impossible to ignore. Even in places that seem still, life has already begun again. Bonsai reflection quite signals not all growth announces itself. Sometimes it appears as a slightly upward movement. A soft change in color. A tiny sprout. These are small signals signs, but they carry real meaning. Zen travel, Takato Castle, Osaka Castles, Blossom, Structure and Balance, Global Connections 8 Spots, Takato Castle, Nagano, Takato Castle Ruins Park, dense sakura and seasonal atmosphere, local castle town streets, quiet and grounded, global parallels, Washington D.C. cherry blossom, Bon Sakura Street, Soul Spring Parks, blossom are shared across cultures, Central Japan transition, Inner Valley, open space between mountains, Kiso River corridor, natural regional flow, global parallels, Rhine Valley, Europe, Yanju Basin, China, flow connects everything, Osaka Castle area, Osaka Castle strength and historical presence, Castle Park Sakura, contrast of structure and bloom, global parallels, Tower of London, Forbidden City, European royal complexes. Structure gives context to beauty. Additional perspective, Seven Castle, nature integration, urban historical lowering, global parallels, European old town, Asian capital cities, balance creates harmony, global insight, across all regions, blossom express, river connects, structure hold, different places, same patterns, bonsai philosophy, small beginning matter. Today's change, a sprout in the moss, bud strength upward, leaves shifting tone, nothing dramatic, but everything meaningful. Thank you for your watching on Zen Bonsai Vibes on YouTube. Thank you. Day 465. Birds keep rising. Moss sprout clear. Kumamoto Castle, Nijou Castle, Zen Journey. Description YouTube. Day 465, April 9th, 2026, Tokyo, Japan. The Asahiyama Sakura buds continue to grow larger, and today the change feels more directional. They are not only swelling, they are continuing to extend upward. Still no petals, still no opening, but the movement is steady and clear. Since I watered yesterday, no watering was needed today. Sometimes not acting is also part of care. The Hakuchoge Serissa shows a more positive sign. On the moss surface, the new sprout is now clearly visible. Small but distinct, and today there are no signs of dryness. The balance feels stable. Bonsai reflection, knowing when not to act. Care is not constant action. It is also restraint. When to water, when to wait, when to observe, doing less at the right time, supports more. Then travel Kumamoto Castle, Nijo Castle. From volcanic strength to refined structure, India connections details 8 spots. Kumamoto Castle, powerful toned base and layered defense. Mount Aso region, volcanic landscape and energy. India parallels Golconda Fort, Hyderabad, strong defensive design. Daulatabad Fort, Maharashtra, strategic elevation and resilience. Strength is built over time. Kyushu interior roots, forest, valleys, volcanic soil. Seto inland sea crossing, calm water and transition. India parallels Deccan Plateau, volcanic history shopping land. Narmada River basin, natural corridor across regions. Land carries memory. Hiroshima-Okayama corridor, balance of history and flow. Kyoto basin entry, structured cultured landscape. Indian parallels, Varanasi, Ganges, spiritual geographic flow. Jaifield region, structured city within landscape. Structure emerge from flow. Nijo Castle, Kyoto. Nijo Castle refined architecture and control design. Kyoto gardens and pathways, harmony and precision. India parallels Red Fort, Delhi, imperial structure and symmetry. Mughal gardens, balance, geometry and control. Refinement is international. Global insight, strength to refinement. Across this journey, Kumamoto low strength, transition zones, flow and adaptation, Kyoto refinement and precision. These stages exist everywhere. Different cultures, same progression. Bonsai philosophy, direction, stability, clarity. Today's element, buds rising upward, no watering needed, moss sprout becoming visible, no dryness present. Everything is originated. Growth continues without forcing. World Observance April 9th. Global Cultural Awareness Themes. Countdown FIFA World Cup 2026. Opening match June 11, 2026. 6:33 days remaining. Final reflection. The birds rise. The sprout appears. Nothing blooms, but everything is in a place. Thank you for following this journey on Zen Bonsai Vibes. Moss tells the truth again. Subtle signals everywhere. Day 471. Description YouTube. Day 471st, April 15th, 2026, Tokyo. Today, the most noticeable change is again in the moss. Not dramatic, but clearly than before. A slightly wider area now looks like a thin web, almost like a spider thread spreading across the surface. Here, subtle but expanding. The Asahiyama Sakura buds continue to grow larger, and they are still reaching upward without opening, but something stands out today. There are still no visible green leaves, something from the buds. Only structure, only form. This is pure preparation. Since I watered yesterday, the trees feel healthy and stable today. The buds are firm, the trunk feels hydrated, no signs of weakness. Not blooming, but clearly sustained. The Hakuchoge Serissa continues to show mixed signals. The new moss sprout is clearly visible. Some areas are turning pale white. Other leaves show dark, almost black tones, and now the web-like surface on the moss is expanding. Not one direction, multiple layers of change happening at once. Bonsai reflection moss reveals the hidden layer. The trees look stable, but the moss shows everything: dryness, recovery, imbalance, micro change. The moss reacts fast. It reflects what is happening beneath the surface. Zen travel, Guzhou Hachiman Kochi Castle, water flow and structure, with detailed Telugu region parallels 8 expanded spots. Guzhou Hachiman, Gifu. First, Guzhou Hachiman Castle, mountain top view over water town. Second, crystal clear canals, water flowing through daily life. Telugu region parallels, Rajidamandori Kodobara River, water shaping culture. Papicondual hills, river cutting through landscape. Water defines movement and rhythm. Third, Nagara River Basin, connecting mountains and plains. Fourth, Central Japan neutral transition, slow expansion. Telugu region parallels, Krishna River Basin, lifeline across Andhra Pradesh. Deccan Plateau transition, grand transition change, flow connect region. Fifth, Seto Inland Sea crossing, calm water scattered inland. Shikoku interior route, forest slope and silence. Telugu region parallels, eastern coasts, Andrew Valley, terrain shapes resilience. 7. Kochi Castle, urban coastal integration, open sky and strong structure. Telugu region parallels, Kolkona Fort, Visakamatema Coast. Structure must adapt to environment. Global insight, visible versus invisible. Across Japan, Telugu region, river, visible flow. Castle, visible structure. Moss, invisible condition. The visible tells the story. The invisible tells the truth. Bonsai philosophy. What you don't see matters. Today's key observation: no bloom, no leaves, stable structure. But moss changing, surface shifting, hidden signal increasing. Growth is not only what appears, it is support what happens. Final reflection: the bud lies, the leaves do not appear, the moss changes, nothing blooms, but everything is being dedicated beneath. Thank you for following for this journey on Zen Bonsai Vibes. Moss holding through the storm rain, resilience and quiet growth, day 476. Description: YouTube, podcast ready. Brought to you by Zen Bonsai Vibes. Day 476, April 20th, 2026, Tokyo, Japan. April 21st, 2026. Today, everything begins again with the moss. Outside, Tokyo feels like a spring storm rain, shifting wind, unstable light. The city sakura have already turned to deep. But here, in this small space, the moss
hold steady. The Asahiyama Sakura buds continue to grow. They are larger, more swollen, still stretching upward, and yet they still do not open. Even as the outside world moves on, the tree remains in its own timing. Today feels different, not bright, not warm, but activate. Rain changes everything. Moisture increase, evaporation slows, balance shifts, and the moss responds quietly. Bonsai reflection, stability in instability. The outside world is unstable. Rain, wind, transition. But inside, buds continue upward. Moss holds moisture. Growth remains steady. True balance is not about calm conditions. It's about holding stability within change. Zen travel, Nijo Castle to Kanazawa Castle. Nijo Castle to Kyoto. Nijo Castle refined structure, controlled design. Second, Kyoto garden system, precise balance of water and land. Gujarat parallels, Adaraji stepwell, water storage adapted to climate. Sapabaramiti riverfront, structure water in urban design, water control, increase stability. Third, mountain rain boots, mist moisture through transitions. Fourth, river-fed valleys, water accumulating and redistributing. Gujarat parallels, Rain of Kutch, extreme dryness versus southern water. Narmada River Basin, seasonal water balance. Water defines survival. Fifth, heavy rainfall regions, constant moisture. Sixth, traditional water management system. Gujarat parallels, Naru Sarva Bird Sanctuary, wetland ecosystem. Gir National Park, balance between dryness and life. Balance depends on adaptation. Kanazawa Castle Ishikawa, Gujarat. Seventh, Kanazawa Castle, strong structure in high moisture regions. Eighth, Kenroku Garden, one of Japan's most balanced landscapes. Gujarat parallels, Lakshmi Ville Palace, structure within controlled landscape. Somonsa Temple, resilience near the sea, structure must coexist with environment. Global insight, rain versus dryness. Across Japan, Gujarat, Japan excess water. Gujarat security of water. Most interior indicator of balance. Different extreme, some principle. Water defines life. Spotify podcast expansion toward 10 billion plays. This daily observation is not just visual, it's audio, rhythm, and repetition. Daily rhythm, habit, quiet tone, global accessibility, nature plus reflection, timeless content. Listen every anywhere, then bonsai vibes, a tree, a day, a voice. Designed for focus, calm, global audience, long-term listening. The goal is simple: consistency, accumulation, scale. Bonsai philosophy holds through the storm. Today's lesson: outside unstable, inside stable. Growth continues not because conditions are perfect, but because balance is maintained. World Observance, April 20th. Global Awareness Themes Countdown FIFA World Cup 2026 Opening Match June 11, 2026 52nd days remaining. Final Reflections Rain falls, leaves replace blossoms. The moss holds, nothing blooms, but nothing stops. Thank you for your listening this journey on Zen Bonsai Vibes. Thank you. Moss awaken in the heat. Subtle progress under early summer sun. Day 477. Day 477, April 22nd, 2026, Tokyo, Japan. Today, the first thing I notice again is the moss. So, it seems that it simply dry. So I'll water it. After yesterday's rain and today's sudden early summer heat, the surface feels alive, balanced between moisture and warmth. Not dry, not overly wet, just enough. The Asahiyama Sakura buds continue to grow. Larger, more swollen, still stretching outward. And today there is something subtle. It feels like progress compared to yesterday. Still no bloom, still no leaves, but clearly something is moving forward. Tokyo today feels hot, almost like early summer. The light is stronger, the air is heavier, and in this shift, the moss becomes the key again. Bonsai reflection, progress you can't measure. Not all progress is visible. No petals, no leaves, and yet you can feel the difference. Growth sometimes exists before it appears. Zen travel, Kudoyama to Weather Castle, from spiritual mountain to inland strength, with Asan to Kochi, India route parallels 8 detailed spots. Kishu Kudoyama, Kudoyama Wakayama. First, Kudoyama Koyasan area, spiritual mountain regions. Second, forest temple pathways, quite elevated column. India parallels Assam, Kamakhaya temple, spiritual center on elevated terrain. Brahmaputra river, powerful natural flow, spiritual energy plus natural force. Third, mountain descent route, slow transitions. Fourth, river connected region, continuity of movement. India parallels Kaziranga National Park, ecosystem shaped by water and land. Maujiri Inland, river island life, like moss, like adapts to flow. Fifth, Nagano Basin landscape. Enclosed structure environment. Sixth, mountain stability zones, resilience and slow growth. India transition, Assam, South India, Western Ghats, long ecological spiritual. Niagara Hills, elevation and layered climate. Terrain, defined growth speed. Weather Castle, Nagano. 7. Weather Castle, compact but strategically powerful. 8. Surrounding plains and river systems. India paralleled Kochi Kerala, Fort Kochi, coastal structure with layered history. Bembanded lake, calm expansive water system. Structure adapts to environment. Global insight from river to coast. Across Japan and India, Assam to Kochi, river origin, mountain structure, coast expansion, moss foundation, different scales, same system. Spotify podcast expansion toward 10 billion plays. This is more than a visual record. It's a daily rhythm. One tree, one observation, one voice. Listen anywhere, Zen bonsai vibes, a tree, a day, a voice. Wide scales globally. Language, natural calm. Repeatable structure. Infinite daily continuity. Consistency become rich. Bonsai philosophy. Heat reveals progress. Today's signals. Heat increase. Most stabilize. Buds expand, not bloom yet. Progress exists even without visible change. World Observance, April 22nd. Global Culture and Environment Awareness. Countdown FIFA World Cup 2026. Opening match June 11, 2026. 51st days remaining. Final reflection. The sun rises stronger. The bud expands further. The moss holds steady. Nothing blooms, but progress is real. Thank you for following this journey from Zen Bonsai Vibes on YouTube. Attention Day. Between rain and sun, just like the moss. The Hakushogi Serissa shows a stronger contrast today. The new sprout remains healthy, but other leaves are turning darker, almost black. Growth and decline happening at the same time. Bonsai reflection. Between conditions. Today is not stable, but it's not unstable either. It is in transition. Dry, wet, closed, opening, weak, recovering. Growth often happens in these in-between stables. Zen travel Yoshino Kumano to Sannai Maruyama, from secured forest to ancient settlement. In the parallels Kochi to daily route, 8 detailed spots. Yoshino Kumano, Japan. First, Yoshino Mountains, layered sakura across slopes. Second, Kumano Kondo Trails, secured forest, Pilgrimage. In the parallels Kochi Kerala, Fort Kochi, culture layers by the sea. Kerala backwoods, through waters, hidden systems. Like moss, like exists quietly breath and bend movement. Third, forest to plain transition, gradual environmental change. Fourth, river system linking regions. In the parallels, western coast, moisture-rich ecosystem. Namandara River, long-distance natural flow. Flow connects everything. Fifth, cooling climate zones, slower growth environment. Sixth, northern forest expansion. In the parallel toward Delhi, Lakeshore, mountain transition zone. Ganges River, spiritual and geological flow, environmental slope rhythm. Sannai Maruyama Aomori. Seventh, ancient settlement remains, early human structure. 8, open land plus hidden system. Red Fort, historical structure, curved mirror, layered time and architecture. Foundation lasts longer than surface expression. Across Japan and India, forest hidden system, river connection, structure memory, most indicator, different from semi-action. Spotify podcast expansion toward 10 billion plays. Listen here. Zen Bonsai Vibes. A tree, a day, a voice. White can scale globally. Nature, universal language. Konto, global accessibility. Daily rhythm, habit formation. Micro change storytelling. Infinity connect. Consistency create momentum. Momentum create reach. Bonsai philosophy, almost there. Today's truth, buds are ready. Moss is adjusting. Leaves showed contrast.
Nothing blooms, but everything is closed.
Moss between dry and rain, holding balance before bloom, day 479. Description YouTube, podcast ready. Day 479, April 24th, 2026, Tokyo. Today the story begins again with the moss. Yesterday's rain helped, but the surface still feels caught between dryness and moisture. Not dry, not fully stable, just in between. The Asahiyama Sakura beds continue to expand. They are larger than yesterday, more swollen, still stretching upward, but today there is subtle tension. The beds feel slightly dryness-free. As if they are trying to open, but cannot yet. Still no green leaves, still no bloom, but something is pushing. Tokyo is raining this morning, but the sky is expected to clear. The tension. Moss holding in the rain, quiet progress beneath the surface, day 478. Description YouTube podcast ready. Day 478, April 23rd, 2026, Tokyo. Today, the first thing I notice again is the moss. It holds moisture quietly under the rain. No dryness, no stress, just a soft, stable surface. The Asahiyama Sakura beds continue to grow. They are larger than yesterday, more swollen, still stretching upward, and today there is something subtle. It feels like progress, not visible as bloom, but undeniable in presence. Tokyo is covered in rain today. Outside, everything slows down. Inside, everything continues. The Hakuchoge Serissa showed a small but clear change. The new sprout remains healthy. The entire web-like layer is gone. The surface feels clearer and calmer, less noise, more clarity. Bonsai reflection, progress without bloom. Today is about something important. Progress does not always look like results. No flowers, no leaves yet, no dramatic change, and still growth is happening. Then travel, Kudoyama to Weather Castle, mountain spirit to inland strength. In the parallels, Hyderabad to Ahmedabad route, 8 detailed spots. Kishu Kudoyama, Wakayama. First, Kudoyama Koyasan area, spiritual mountain landscape. Second, forest paths and temples, quiet elevated stillness. In the parallels, Hyderabad region, Golconda Fort, elevated structure
with deep history, charming culture center, and layered identity. Height creates perspective. Third, mountain descendant routes, slow transition into plains. Fourth, river corridors connecting regions. In the parallels, Fukinsei Lake, water stabilizing urban flow. Narmada River basin, long distance natural connection. Flow connects everything. Fifth, Nagano Inland Basin, structure contained growth. Sixth, cool climate through development. In the parallels toward Ahmedabad, Sabaramati riverfront, structure urban landscape. Adaraji stepwell, water management and architecture precision. Structure emerge from control. Weather Castle Nagano. 7. Weather Castle strategic strength within inland terrain. 8. Surrounding plains and rivers, natural dense and flow. In the parallels, circulage roads. Spiritual plus structural integration, Leximi Villa Palace, scale, structure and openness. Strength comes from balance. Global insight, clarity after noise across Japan and India. Rain resets environment. Dryness creates imbalance. Moss reflects condition immediately. Different climates, same response. Spotify podcast expansion toward 10 billion plays. This is not just a visual record. It is a daily rhythm of observation. Same format, same tone, different micro changes. Listen globally. Then bonsai vibes. A tree, a day, a voice. Wide scaled, simple structure. Global theme, natural plus calm. Dependable format. Cross-language adaptability. Consistency becomes rich. Rich becomes a scale. Bonsai philosophy, quiet progress. Today's truth. Buds grew. Moss stabilizing. Noise disappeared. Nothing opened. But something advanced. World Observation April 23rd. World Bank Day. A reminder. Small day page creates large stories. Countdown FIFA World Cup 2026. Opening match June 11, 2026. 49 days remaining. Final reflection. Rain falls. The moss holds. The birds grow. Nothing bloomed, but nothing is the same yesterday.
Moss warming under clear skies. Quiet hope in early summer. Day 483. Description YouTube podcast ready. Day 483, April 28, 2026, Tokyo, Japan. Today begins again with the moss. After days of rain and pressure, the surface now sits beneath a clear blue sky. Tokyo is bright, dry, comfortably warm. It feels like early summer, and the moss under the sunlight seems to breathe again. The Asahiyama Sakura buds remain where they are, slightly dry and spread, still not opening, quietly standing in a place. And yet, I believe they have progressed since yesterday, not visibly, but internally. Sometimes the most important growth cannot be measured. The Hakuchouge Serissa continued show contrast. The new sprout still looks healthy. But many older leaves have become dark, almost black. A plant carrying both renewal and fortitude. Bonsai reflection, hope without proof. Today's lesson is simple. You do not always need evidence to believe in progress. The buds remain closed. The leaves remain dark. The future remains unseen, and still hope can be optional. Zen travel, Hamamatsu Castle to Akita Castle, coastal energy to northern openness. In the parallel, Nanjara Pachengari fruit, 8 detailed spots. Hamamatsu Castle, Shizuoka. First, Hamamatsu Castle, modest strength, strategic history. Second, Lake Hamana region, water, wind, open sky. In the parallels, Nanjara regions, Maharaji temple, sacred springs, and calm environment. Vernal caves, hidden depths beneath surface. Third, Pacific to inland transitions, changing humidity and light. Fourth, river plains opening northern world. In the parallels, Naramara Hills, rugged terrain and resilience. Krishna River Basin, movement and continuity. Flow connects distant place. Fifth, cooler northern zones, slower steady growth. Sixth, open agricultural plains, contained expansion. In the parallels, toward Pachangari tableland, elevation openness perspective. Maharashtra cooler climate beyond layered growth, height change rhythm. Akita Castle ruins, quiet northern structure. 8. Wide sky and open land, space without pressure. In the parallels, Plateau Fort, elevated residence, Karpas Plateau, seasonal blooms after warming. Some landscape bloom later. Global insight, wellness across regions across Japan and India. Some places bloom early, some bloom late, some stay quite longer. Different climates, same truth. Timing is local. Spotify podcast expansion toward 10 billion plays. This project grows through the repetition. Listen globally. Zen bonsai vibes. A tree, a day, a voice. White can be scaled massively. Daily emotional check-in. Universal natural theme. Calm audio for focus, sleeps, reflection, infinity story through tiny changes. 1 tree, thousands of days, millions of listeners. Consistency becomes legacy. Bonsai philosophy, faith in slow growth. Today's truth, no bloom, no dramatic recovery, no clear breakthrough. Yet progress may still be real. Countdown FIFA World Cup 2026. World Observance April 28th. Global Awareness Themes. Opening match June 11, 2026. 44 days remaining. Final reflection. The sky is clear. The moth warms. The birds wait. Nothing opens, but hope remains alive. Thank you for following this journey from Zen Bonsai Vibes on YouTube and podcast Zen Bonsai Vibes. Thank you very much for your listening. Moth advancing in silence. Same shape. Deeper progress. Day 485. Description YouTube. Podcast ready. Day 485. April 13th, 2026. Tokyo, Japan. Today looks much like yesterday. The sky is cloudy. The light is gentle. The atmosphere is calm. And yet, I feel everything has moved a little further forward. the most reveal it first. No dramatic shift, no sudden color burst, but it feels deeper, steadier, more settled. Progress is sometimes so quiet that only patient can notice it. The Asahiyama Sakura beds still remain pressed, still closed, still full, still waiting. But waiting does not mean stopping. Something inside continues. The Hakuchoi Serissa also remains in a transition. New growth still holds energy. Older leaves still carry stress. Balance is forming slowly. No clear finish line yet, only movement. Bonsai reflection, hidden home momentum. Today's lesson, what appears unchanged may already contain momentum. Roots deepen, buds prepare, moss stabilize, seasons turn quietly. Stillness can be movement in diagnosis. Travel, Azumino to Naha, alpine water to tropical sea. In the parallels, turn Lamus Sherji Port route, 8 detailed spots. Azumino now. First, Azumino spring water packs, crystal clear stream and calm fields. Second, Northern Alps backdrop, mountain air and slow rhythm. In the parallels, theme, Upper Lake, urban water and calm reflection. Yagoa Hills, green elevation besides city life. Water and mountains create perspective. Third, central plains to southern coast, a changing temperature. 4. Rivers linking inland to sea, movement through geography. In the parallels, Godavari basin routes, long natural corridors. Western Ghats transition climate shifts by elevation. Travel reveals layers of climate and place. Naha Okinawa, 5th. Naha waterfront, open sea energy. 6. Shuri cultural legacy nearby, identity and resilience. In the parallels, Lamusherji region, Lamusherji fort, elevated endurance and strategic view. Padabali caves, time layered into stone, coastline and fort both tech and resilience. 7th, Azumino coastal fishiness, measured seasonal growth. 8. Naha tropical rhythm, faster cycle, stronger sun. Different climate, same search for balance. Global insight, slow north, fast south. Across Japan, India, cooler zones often moves quietly. Warmer zones changing visibly faster. Most adapt to both. Different temps, same life process. Spotify podcast expansion to a 10 billion plays. Listen globally. Then Bonsai bands, a tree a day, a voice. Wide camp scale. Real daily observation, calming rhythm. Universal nature themes. Endless micro progress stories. One real tree, one real day, a global habit. Bonsai philosophy, progress without drama. Today's truth, nothing flashily happened, and yet progress continued. That's how racing things grow. World Observation, April 13th. Global Awareness Themes. Countdown, FIFA World Cup 2026. Opening match, June 11th, 2026. 42 days remaining. Final reflection. Clouds above, quiet roots below. Mountains within. Real tree, real moss. Red seasoned from Japan. Thank you for following this journey from Tokyo, Japan. Moss advancing in silence. India, Japan Travel Yoga Fusion Day 485. Description YouTube podcast ready. Day 485, April 13th, 2026, Tokyo, Japan. Cloudy skies today. The sense looks almost unchanged, yet the moth feels steadier. The birds still wait. The root keeps walking. Quiet progress continues. Bonsai reflection. What looks still may already be moving. Moth settles. Birds prepare. Season shifting. Energy beds. That's real growth. India to Japan travel yoga fusion. Azumino to Naha, Tem, Lemeshuji Fort, Mumbai, Noshik, Goa. Each place becomes a movement. Azumino steady. Azumino river flow stretch, Japan. Inspired by crystal steam of Azumino. Raise both arms slowly while inhaling. Lower like flowing water while exhaling. Repeat 5 times. Open the legs and shoulders. Second, Team Lake Balance Pose, India. Inspired by calm leg inside busy tem. Stand on one leg, hands together at chest. 10 seconds each side. Focus inside cows. 3. Mumbai Sunrise Energy Pose, India. Inspired by marine drive morning movement. Step feet wide. Swim arms upwards strategy. Deep inhale. Repeat 10 times. Wakes body. Energize morning. Fourth, Ramasheji Fort Warrior Handle, India. Inspired by fort endurance. Large position, arm overhead, look forward proudly, hold 20 seconds, build legs and confidence. Fifth, Nashik Vineyard Twist, India. Inspired by Nasik Valley forming land. Feet apart, twist waist left and right and slowly, 10 reps. Improve digestion and inspire mobility. 6. Goa Ocean Plus Pose, India. Inspired by Goa coastline. Close eyes, inhale 4 seconds through nose. Exhale 6 seconds through mouth. 5 rounds, stress relief. Seventh, Naha Sea Wind Side Stretch, Japan. Inspired by Okinawa breeze. Raise one arm and overhead. Land sideways gently. 10 seconds each side. Open legs and side body. 8. Maharashtra Mountain Ridge, India. Inspired by Highland cool air. Interlock figure overwhelming. Stretch upward strongly. Hold 15 seconds. Spine decomposition. 9th, Masalan Quiet Walk Meditation, India. Inspired by car-free hill town silence. Walk slowly in pairs. Breathe naturally. 1 minute. Mental reset. 10 Zen Moth Guideline. Bow Japan to India. Hands together. Bow slowly. Thanks. Body each breath. Travel energy route. Japan. Azumino Clear Water, Naha Open Sea, Bonsai Patience, India, Tem Balance in City Life, Mumbai Energy, Ramasheji Fort Resilience, Nashik Grounded Endurance, Abundance, Goa Relaxation, Maharashtra Elevation, Marathon Silence, Global Insight, Japan teach calm form, India teach living energy, most teach steady progress, Yoga unites them all. Spotify podcast expansion to a 10 million plays. Listen globally, then Bonsai vibes at 3 a day a voice. Now expanding into travel yoga, bonsai wisdom, global healing content, daily pace routines, 1 tree, 1 breath, worldwide habit. Final reflection. Clouds above, robots below, India and Japan within 1 breath. real tree, real moss, real season from Japan. Thank you for listening. Day 419, 2026, May 6, from Tokyo, Japan. This broadcast is it's made by Japan Bonsai Watcher. I want to show you both bonsai, Asahiyama Sakura and Serissa. The first thing I noticed that both moss does not seem to be dry, so I do not need to take a water. The new sprout is growing bigger and bigger. The color seems to be a little bit green. The other part of Serissa seems to be dry or black. I think the new one will become soon. Other part of bonsai, Asahiyama Sakura, the flower does not seem to be open. The new parts is bigger and bigger, and I think I noticed that these white parts will become pure. I do not make any sense. moth fatiguing under early summer heat. Watering through uncertainty, day 502, second. Description YouTube podcast ready. May 19, 2026, Tokyo. Tokyo already feels like early summer. The morning air was still slightly cool, but the temperature rose quickly after sunrise. The ultraviolet light feels stronger too. Seasonal change is no longer subtle. The Asahiyama Sakura still does not bloom. But today, the flower beds had become dry again. So I watered carefully once more. The white area on the trunk, which had worried me before, had become less noticeable recently. That part feels slightly reassuring, but another concern has appeared. The moss itself has started to wither. Its texture feels weaker. The green is fading in place. The season is changing faster now. The Serissa remains difficult to understand. Never leaves continue darkening. No fresh shoots have appeared. Growth feels paused, and yet the moss around the Serissa has not dried out completely. So perhaps not everything is weakening equally. Bonsai reflection. Seasons do not move equally. Today's lesson. Different parts of nature respond differently to the same season. One moss dries, another remains stable, one tree pauses, another still adapts quietly. Balance is never perfectly uniform. Zen travel, Hachimantai Hakusan. Mountain air, volcanic lands, and sacred water. India parallels West Bengal landscape of cultural roots. Hachimantai Tohoku. First, highland volcanic landscapes, cooler air and open skies. Second, wetlands and mountain moss zones, moisture surviving through seasonal extremes. West Bengal parallels Darjeeling, elevated cool climate and mountainism. Central wildfire sanctuary, quiet ecosystem adapting slowly. Mountain climate teaches patience. Third, long mountain corridors, changing moisture and temperature. Fourth, forested barriers river, gradual seasonal transitions. India parallels Testa River, water shaping movement through mountains. Dwellers, forest between plains and chains, water and elevation controlism. Hakusan, sacred mountain atmosphere, silence and long natural cycles. Snow-belt water systems, life continuing beneath changing seasons. India parallels Sunderbans, fragile ecosystem adapting continuously. Victoria Memorial, structured enduring through climate and time. Survival often depends on quiet adaptation. Climate rhythm. 7th, Japanese early summer heat, drying tourist beginning. 8th, West Bengal handles transitions, invisible environment pressure. Different climates, same challenges. Maintain balance while conditions shift. Why this channel continues? This channel records subtle seasonal reality. Moss drying, leaves darkening, changing sunlight, watering routines, silent waiting. Nothing dramatic. Just small nature change accumulating over time. Bonsai philosophy, care continues even without answers. Today's truth, some moss weakens, some moss survivals. The birds still wait, and still watering continues. May 19th, 2026. Strong ultraviolet light above Tokyo. drying moss below the branches. Final reflection, heat above, moisture below, uncertainty in between. Real tree, real moss, real season from Japan. Thank you for following this journey. Moss soaking in rainy season air, holding moisture through Tokyo humidity, day 511. Description YouTube podcast ready. May 27th, 2026, Tokyo. Tokyo feels fully humid this morning. The sky looks like rainy season weather. There are small moments of sunlight between the clouds, but from early morning, the air already feels heavy and damp. The rainy season has not officially started yet, and still the atmosphere already feels like it has arrived. The Asahiyama Sakura showed stronger signs of moss decline today. The drying became more noticeable. So today I decided to place the bonsai in water for nearly a full day, not just watering from above, letting the moisture rise slowly from below. After some time, even the trunk itself began feeling slightly moist again. That small change felt reassuring. Serissa also went into the water today. The goal was simple. Do not let the moss dry out further. The darker leaves still remain. The overall atmosphere still feels fragile, but moisture itself is important now. Not growth, not bloom, just maintaining life carefully. Bonsai reflection, moisture before recovery. Today's lesson, sometimes recovery does not begin with growth. It begins with moisture returning, moss softened again, trunks holding water, roots reconnecting quietly. Before growth comes stabilization. Then travel, Yori Honjo, Kusatsu, Shiga, humid river, but lake air, quiet seasonal change, connected with West Bengal landscape and rainy atmosphere. Yuri Honjo Akita. First, Japan Sea coastline under cloudy skies, humid northern atmosphere. Second, river mouth and open wetlands, moisture connecting quietly. West Bengal roots, sunburdens, fragile ecosystem shaped by water and humidity. Digha, cloudy coastal air before monsoon season. Water changed both landscape and emotion. Third, rain clouds moving south from Japan. Unstable skies and shifting temperature. Fourth, river system connecting inland regions. Moisture traveling individually. West Bengal parallels. Testa River, rivers shaping seasonal movements. Darjeeling, folk mountains and slow rhythm. Humidity change how time feels. Kusatsu Shiga. Fifth, lake viewer moisture and soft air. Calm and early summer atmosphere. Sixth, quiet road beside wetlands and rivers. Subtle seasonal transitions. West Bengal parallels. Kolkata, humid air and changing skies. Victoria Memorial, structure enduring through climate and times. Some place survive by adapting slowly. Climate and rhythm. Seventh, Tokyo before rainy season. Moisture increasing day by day. West Bengal pre-monsoon atmosphere. Heavy air before transformation. Different countries, same seasonal feelings. Why this channel continues? This channel records subtle seasonal reality, moss drying and recovering, humidity changing growth, leaves darkening slowly, quiet adaptation continue daily, no dramatic performance, just real season moving through real plants. Bonsai philosophy, stabilizing matters too. Today's truth, the tree were not growing dramatically, but moisture returned, and sometimes that alone is enough to continue. May 27, 2026, day 511. Humid air above Tokyo, water surrounding quiet roots. The final reflection. Rain clouds above, soft moss below, care continues in between. Real tree, real moss, real season from Japan. Thank you for following this journey from Zen Bonsai Vibes. May 29th, 2026. Day 533 from Zen Bonsai Vibes. Today, Tokyo is much hotter than ever before. So, the rainy season is approaching. Both Serissa and Asahiyama Sakura seems to be dry, so I try to take out water here and here. From the Serissa, the surface of moss seems to be a little bit dry, and a little bit white area around here. Here. I think the new sprout is approaching here, but the most part of the it seems to be dry. So I'll take on water. The other side, Asahiyama Sakura. The flower is not appearing. The surface of moss seems to be dry. So is there any green parts? No. So, thank you for your watching from Zen Bonsai Vibes. May 29th, 2026 from Tokyo, Japan. From Zen Bonsai Vibes. Good morning. From Tokyo, Japan. Day 525th, 2026, Tokyo, Japan. From Zen Bonsai Vibes. Now, the Tokyo seems to be cloudy. The rainy season is approaching. So I forgot. I woke up. I do not wake up early morning to watch the friendly match, soccer match. So I was shocked at this morning. So from watching from two bonsai, Asahiyama Sakura and Serissa. Asahiyama Sakura seems to be there's no flower on the Asahiyama Sakura, but the surface of moss seems to be not green, a little bit white and brown. there is no flower on the surface. Part of bonsai, Serissa, seems to be not doing well, but the lower part of moss seems to be a little bit good. There is no spider on the surface. Thank you for watching from Zen Bonsai Vibes. Real tree, real moss, realさあ30 Can something be growing unseen? Day 533, June 18th, 2026, Tokyo, 4:10 p.m. When I woke up this morning, a gentle rain was falling across Tokyo. The city was quiet. The sky was gray. The rainy season had returned. As I checked the football results, one match caught my attention. Portugal 1-1 DR Congo. Portugal controlled much of the game. More possession, more attacks, more chances. Yet the final result was draw. It made me wonder, can progress still exist? Even when the result does not show it? Afterward, I checked my bonsai. The moss on the Asahiyama Sakura was beginning to dry. More of white surface beneath the moss had become visible. The tree still seemed fragile, so this morning I decided to water it. Serissa remains under mystery. No new shoots yet. No sign of recovery. Perhaps it needs more water. Perhaps more patience. Nature really explains itself quickly. As the rain continues aside, imagine today's Zen bonsai journey, starting in Otsu, beside the water of Lake Biwa. The morning mist reminded me of a Daru lake in Kashmir. Quiet, reflective, timeless. From there, the journey moves through Kyoto, where the journey moves through the Kyoto, where temples rest among trees and mountains. The atmosphere feels surprisingly similar to the calm found around Buddha Gaya. When people arrive searching not for speed, but for understanding, further lies Uji, a city of tea and tradition. The green tea fields remind me of Munnar in the hills of Kerala, where endless tea explains disappear into the clouds. Then come Nara, where deer wander fields among ancient shrines, a place where nature and history coexist, not unlike parts of Saraha, where the past continues to live quietly in the present. The train continues westward, Osaka, Himeji, Okayama, Kurashiki, Onomichi. Each station passes by like page in a book. The coastline near Onomichi reminds me of the journey toward Kochi, where sea hills and history meet. Then comes Hiroshima, a city that understands both rest and renewal, a reminder that growth often begins after difficult seasons. Beyond Hiroshima, the journey reached Iwakuni, Shimonoseki, Moji, and finally Hakata. The sea appears again and again. Bridges connect places once separated, just as ideas connect people across country. As lost, the train teaches Karatsu, a quiet city forcing the sea. Watching the coastline, I find myself thinking of Kamyakumari, sound of tip of India, a place where journeys seem to end, yet a new journey always begins. And perhaps that brings me back to the question from this morning. Portal grew, the bonsai still struggle, the Serissa still waits, the rain still falls. Into beneath the soil, roots continue walking. Beneath the surface, growth continues. And perhaps the most important change in life begins long before we can see them. Day 533, rainy morning in Tokyo. A drone the foot of a beach, a bonsai receiving water, a journey from Otsu to Karatsu. And one question, can something be growing even when we connected yet see it? Thank you for following this journey from Japan, from Zen Bonsai Vibes. Day 547. Halftime in the Rain. Senegal, Leaks, and 2 Bonsai Stories. Description: July 2nd, 2026, 5:50 a.m. Tokyo, Japan. Heavy rain was falling across Tokyo this morning. During halftime of the World Cup match between Belgium and Senegal, I stepped outside to check my bonsai. Senegal was leading 1-0. The match was still from over. Halftime is a reminder that football can change in just a few moments. Then I looked at my 2 bonsai. Serissa, yesterday I was worried because of the white coating that I looked mold. Today it had almost disappeared. After watering it and giving it fresh air on the balcony, it seems to be recovering. Because it looks much better now, I think I might not need to use boiled vinegar after all. For now, I will continue to observe it carefully. Asahiyama Sakura, yesterday one small branch accidentally broke. I was disappointed for a moment, but the tree itself still looks healthy. The moss, however, is still struggling. Large patches have disappeared, leaving the soil exposed. Perhaps new moss will grow again with time. Nature often teaches us patience. Not everything recovers overnight. Sometimes all we can do is continue caring, continue watching, and continue believing. The rain continues to fall. The football match will continue. And my bonsai continues a quiet journey. Every halftime is only part of the story. The same may be true for our one lives. Please subscribe to my channel and join me on this daily bonsai journey. Day 547, World Cup 2026, Belgium, Senegal, Bonsai, Serissa, Asahiyama Sakura, Zen, Nature. Thank you for your listening from Zen Bonsai Vibes. Day 554, Hakodate to Omikusatsu, a Japan route imagined as a world journey. Description: July 9th, 2026, 6:08 a.m. Tokyo, Japan. Tokyo is sunny this morning. Maybe it's a rainy season will end soon. The yen is around 162 per US dollar, so overseas travel feels more expensive. So today I imagined a world journey inside Japan. My route is Hakodate to Omikusatsu. Hakodate feels like a gateway city by the sea. It has the atmosphere of Belgium with mountains and a harbor. It also reminds me of San Francisco because of the slopes, the bay, and the open sky. The Night view from the Mat Hakodate feels like looking over Hong Kong or Naples. Then the journey heads south from Hakodate to Honshu, across railway, cities, rivers, and old roads. This port feels like crossing Europe by train, a journey from Stockholm to Copenhagen, or from Zurich to Milan, or from Paris to Lyon. As the scenery changes, the moods change too. Kusatsu was once an important post town on old Japan roads. It feels like a small virgin place where travelers have passed for centuries. Like Istanbul, where east and west meet. Like Cairo, where old roots and daily life overlap. Like Varanasi, where history continues beside ordinary people. Nearby Lake Biwa, what gives us a good another feelings. A lake journey from like Lake Geneva, Lake Como, or Lake Victoria. This morning I also soaked my 2 bonsai in water. Maybe I gave them too much water this time. After worrying that they were too dry, I wanted to help them recover. Travel teaches movement. Hakodate to Kusatsu may be a route inside Japan, but in my imagination it became a journey through the world, from harbor cities to mountain railways to old roads to lakeside towns. Thank you for watching Zen-Japan. Please subscribe and join me daily bonsai journey. Five minutes of Zen. The moon rests in your hands. A Zen lesson from Bonsai and everyday life. Day 562, July 17, 2026, 6:20 a.m. Tokyo, Japan. Good morning from Tokyo, Japan. This morning, Tokyo is hazy under soft blue sky. The air is warm and humid, and before sunlight, summer can already be felt. Standing quietly on my balcony, I look at my bonsai as another peaceful day began. Today, I'd like to share beautiful temples, Kikusui Tsuki de ni ari. It means When you scoop water with your hands, the moon appears to rest in your palms. The moon has not moved, only the water reflects it. Zen reminds us that the world changes when our way of seeing changes. Beauty is often hidden inside ordinary moments that we usually pass dry. This morning, I gently watered my bonsai. The moth slowly observed the water. The tiny beds remained closed. My Asahiyama Sakura had not still bloomed. But when I slowed down and paid attention, I noticed something different. The moth looked healthy. The branch remained full of life. The beds were patiently waiting with our season. Growth has happened quietly, even if we couldn't clearly see it. Perhaps our lives are like this. Many of hope immediate results. We want success recognition or visible progress, yet Zen teaches us that the most meaningful change often happens silently, beneath the surface. Just as the moon appears in a handful of water, wisdom can appear through the simple daily actions. Few quiet minutes, small acts of care, moments of gratitude, patient heart. These ordinary moments can become extraordinary when we are fully present. Today my bonsai reminded me that happiness is not always watering somewhere in the future. Sometimes it's already here, resting quietly in our hands. Thank you for spending these peaceful moments with me. Every day, I share stories about Zen, bonsai, and Japanese culture and from Tokyo, Japan. If you would like to experience a little Zen from Japan every day, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, http://www.youtube.com/@zenbonsai-vibes. Note, this script was created with the assistance of an AI assistant and is based on our observation and personal experience. Thank you for your watching and listening from Zen Bonsai Vibes. Day 562nd, 2026, July the 18th, from Tokyo, Japan. Today's morning, it seemed to be very humid, but a little bit sunny weather. So the rain season will be end for the next couple of days, I think. So please watch this. Asahiyama Sakura. Asahiyama Sakura. Story, Serissa. And Asahiyama Sakura. Here. There is a few insects on the surface of the moss.
Minutes of Zen. Begin again with the beginner mind. A Zen lesson from Bonsai and Shoshin. Day 568, July 24th, 2026, 5:00 a.m. Tokyo, Japan. Good morning from Tokyo, Japan. The morning in Tokyo began quietly today. The air was warm, but before the city fully awakened, there was a still, gentle calm that could not only by a found down. I stepped onto my balcony to greet my two small companions, my Asahiyama Sakura Bonsai. And the soft green moss and that has shared every season with it. Every morning looks familiar. The same tree, the same pot, the same balcony. Yet this morning felt different. Perhaps because Zen reminds us that the morning nothing is every tree the same. Everything changes, even when changes is too small for our eyes to notice. As I looked carefully at my bonsai, I remembered one of the most beautiful techniques in Zen, Shoshin, beginner's mind. People often think beginner means someone with little knowledge. Zen teaches something deeper. A beginner's mind is a heart that remains open, a mind that is curious, a mind that is free from arrogance, a mind that is willing to discover something new, even in things we have been seen 1,000 times before. When I first began growing bonsai, every tiny bed amazing me. Every new leaf felt like a miracle. Every morning I carefully checked the soil, the moss and every branches. As the time passed, it became easy to think, I already know this tree, but the bonsai quietly teaches the opposite. It changes every day. A tiny bud appears. Leaf turns slightly greener. The moss grows almost invisibly. The moss continues, they look beneath the soil when no one can see them. Only my eyes do. That's why Zen asks us to begin again every day. Not because yesterday was wrong, but because today has never existed before. Yesterday's success belongs to yesterday. Yesterday's mistake also belongs to yesterday. Neither should become a burden we carry into this morning. The bonsai does not compare today's sunlight with yesterday. It simply receives today's light with gratitude. It does not worry whether tomorrow will be better or cooler. It simply drinks that water that's available today. There is profound wisdom in the quiet acceptance. Perhaps our lives became heavy because we carry too many memories and too many expectations. We compare ourselves with who we used to be. We compare ourselves with other people. We worry about what has not happened yet. Little by little, we lose slightly, we change precious morning. But when we turn to Shoshin, something changes. An ordinary cup of tea becomes interesting again. A family past began. The sound of birds becomes noticeable again. Even watching bonsai became a compare meditation. Nothing outside had changed. Only the time we looked at it changed. Zen is not asking us to become something new. It's leaving us to see the world fresh eyes. Every sunrise is the first sunrise. Every breath is the first breath. Every meeting is the first meeting. Every day is day one. This morning, my Asahiyama Sakura reminded me that the true growth is beginning not knowing more, but remaining humble enough to keep nurturing. The tree continues to grow without planting. The moss continues to spread out without asking our attention. Nature never loses its beginner's mind. Perhaps neither should be. Today I choose to begin this morning as if we were fast. One breath, one steps, one tree, one humble heart. Today's Zen practice. Thank you for spending these quiet moments with me. May your day begin with peace, curiosity, and the courage to see the ordinary as extraordinary. Every day I share stories about Zen, Bonsai, moss, and Japanese culture from Tokyo, Japan. If you would like to experience a little Zen from Japan every day, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. http://www.youtube.com/zen-bonsai-vibes. No, this script was created with assistant AI and it's based on my observation and past experience. Thank you for your cooperation and listening.